حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم والذين جاءوا من بعدهم يقولون ربنا اغفر لنا وإخواننا الذين سبقونا بالإيمان ولا تجعل في قلوبنا غلا للذين آمنوا ربنا إنك رؤوف رحيم سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين.
That all the other young ladies in this room, irrespective of your political this is a woman who doesn't just know how to communicate, but also knows how to work hard to achieve. Became a deputy minister for information, and through even harder work, today, this woman I'm about to introduce to you is our minister for information. But beyond that, she's not just a minister who was appointed by politicians and all of that. She worked hard and studied hard and is a member of the Ghana Bar Association, which means she is a lawyer. Now, to put things in perspective, as I introduce this woman, usually in introductions like this, what MCs do is they go to Wikipedia or Google and type out every information about the person and read out to you. She attended this school at this age and completed at this age and went to work. No, that's not what I'm about to do here. I'm about to tell you about just one quality of the woman I'm about to introduce to you. She's an extremely intelligent woman who is extremely good at what she does, which is communication. Once upon a time, a gentleman came to me. He was my neighbor, and he was broke. And every time he was broke, he would come to me and ask me to lend him money. On this particular occasion, he thought he had asked me to lend him money so many times he hadn't paid back. So he devised a different plan, that he would come to me and sell something to me. So he came and said he was selling his cat. I said, but I don't need a cat. He said, you buy the cat. One day, if you're hungry, you can eat the cat. Then I said, unfortunately, I don't eat cats. Then he said, how about if you have rats in your house? The cat will chase away the rats. I said, I don't have rats in my house. He says, I beg you, you buy the cat, I'll bring you rats. He forced me to buy the cat. This is a woman who communicates in this kind of manner. She communicates to convince. With a round of applause, let's welcome the Honorable Fatima Abubakar, our very own Minister for Information. Photographers, as Minister comes up, make it look like she's begging to take a picture with me. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. No, please stand here and pretend like you want to take a picture with me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, MC, for that elaborate introduction. I started looking around the room because I couldn't believe all that was for me. Honorable Regional Minister, my own big brother, Honorable Alhaji Sani Al-Hassan Shaibu, the Honorable Deputy Minister for Food and Agriculture, and Member of Parliament for the good people of Nantong constituency, Honorable Alhaji Hadi Tuferu, The Honorable Deputy Minister for Finance, who will join us shortly, Dr. Alex Ampabing, the Presidential Coordinator for Special Development Initiatives, my sister Napagatia Suleimana, the Chief Director of the Regional Coordinating Council, Honorable MMDCs, our revered traditional authority, our eminent imams and clergy, students, our friends from the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Permit me to stand on all further protocol that will be given eloquently shortly by the MC and say Assalamu alaikum to you all. My heart is filled with so much joy when I was informed that when we checked the itinerary, we are supposed to come to Tamale. I said, this is homecoming for me. We know the disparity that we've experienced over a long period of time when it comes to development. And I'm excited that all the good work that President Nana Addo Akufo-Addo and Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia have given the good people of the northern region will be on display today through the exhibition and also through the Honorable Regional Minister's presentation. For us at the Ministry of Information, the vision has been only one. From the time of my nomination as Minister-designate and also after confirmation by Parliament to be a substantive minister, the vision has been to decentralize government communication. I believe if we will reach the rank and file of our population, it is important to choose the appropriate forum and the appropriate language. So my vision is to visit every region of this country, get to interact with our media stakeholders, journalists, communicators, district information officers, regional information officers, members of the community, the general public, in languages they can understand. So I believe to execute the vision, we cannot do it without the Regional Coordinating Council. That is why our regional town hall meetings are organized in collaboration and under the leadership of the Honorable Regional Ministers. They know the people, they understand the language, they have executed the projects, and they will be in a superior position to explain to their people what government has achieved with the mandate that has been given to us in the past 8 years. We also believe that accountability is the bedrock of democracy. And that is why, if you move outside the auditorium, every single metropolitan, municipal, and district assembly have all the projects they have started, completed, the ones that are still in the pipeline, the programs they have introduced in their respective districts and municipalities are on display outside, so that when we are done with the talking, everyone can go out there and see what government has done in their respective districts. So I am most grateful to the Honorable Regional Minister for being such a gracious host and for giving us the opportunity to interact with his people. Honorable Minister, on that note, I say a big thank you to you, the Regional Coordinating Council, our MMDC is here in present, and all other leaders in the region for giving us this opportunity. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Honorable Fatimata Abubakar, Minister for Information. Shortly, I'll be acknowledging the presence of some of the invited dignitaries. But before we do that, I have the honor of inviting the man who has been steering the affairs of the northern region since the year 2021 till now, under whose watch the region has experienced very few reports in the media of conflicts, but so many reports of advancements in terms of infrastructural development, and in fact, also in terms of intangible developments, in I'm talking about the man Alhaji Shani Al-Hassan Saibu, Northern Regional Minister. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you very much.
Zama. The Honorable Minister for Information, Haji Fatima Abukari, the Deputy Minister for Agric, my brother Haji Hadi Tuferu, doubles as the MP for Nanton, Deputy Minister for Finance, Honorable Babi, our revered chiefs, the coordinator for the Northern Development Authority, and other sister initiative authorities, namely the Central, southern parts of the country. Honorable Napatia Suleimana, Hajia Abibata Muhammad Shani, who happens to be my daughter, the Chief Executive of Maslow. Our Honorable MMDC is present. I believe all the 16 MNDCs in the region are present here. Honorable members of RECSEC, the Regional Security Council, representatives of all the political parties in the region, especially the New Patriotic Party, National Democratic Congress, CPP, and other political groupings. Representatives of civil society organizations and non-governmental organizations present, our students who are here to learn from us today as part of the curriculum of the various institutions and schools. Friends from the media, invited guests, and all protocols observed. It gives me great pleasure to be hosting such very important program to highlight and to showcase the developments that has happened in the last 7.5 years under the watch of His Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, His Excellency, the President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and his Vice President, His Excellency Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, who happens to be the flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party. I am so delighted to be here. And on behalf of the chiefs and people of the Northern region, and on behalf of the Northern Regional Coordinating Council, which is very well represented by the staff, use this opportunity to welcome all of you to the Northern Regional Capital of Tamale, for that matter, the great Nat Hall. Today will always be remembered in the history of this region, for this great event. I remember in 2022, this program was held in Accra. My sister here was our host. We thought that it was good to bring this program to the doorsteps of the people instead of taking everything to Accra. She listened to us, heeded our call, and today we're having this great event that is the third in the series, right at our doorsteps. I think she deserves an applause. Development of any region must be spearheaded by its own people. And I think that is the reason why we have several of our government appointees present here who are leading the charge in bringing development to our people. Honorable MMDCs, you are all welcome. Thank you for making time to be here. Nandama, let me take a brief, some of your time, very precious time, to do a presentation. In the words of the minister, after we are done with the talking, the real activity will be outside. And I entreat each one of us that after the talking, let us step outside the various stands of the MMDs to see what is actually happening. I will make an attempt to showcase some of these achievements, projects, and programs that you will be seeing outside. But for the want of time, we're just doing something small here. But the actual seeing will be done outside. On this note, it is worth noting that the northern region has made remarkable advancements in fiscal infrastructure and human resource development over the past 7.5 years under the capable leadership of His Excellency Nana Addo Akufo-Addo. These accomplishments undoubtedly improve the lives of our people and solidify the President of the Republic's vision for the nation as a whole. The region has also implemented several flagship programs with noticeable improvements in the areas of education, health, agriculture, roads, water and sanitation, and hygiene, and rural electrifications, amongst others. Additionally, our security services are better organized and thanks to the improved logistics. My presentation will be made in several parts. For the want of time, I would limit it to just 4 areas. But let me begin my presentation with the profile of the region, the vision of the Northern Regional Coordinating Council, our focus areas, achievements and successes, and I would conclude on these 4 selected areas. The Northern region is one of the 16 regions of Ghana, with Tamale as its capital. The Northern region has a current total land size of 26,524 square kilometers. The region has a total population of, per the 2020 population census, of 22,310,939, made up of 1,141,705 males and 1,169,234 females. The region also shares borders with the Republic of Togo to the east, Savannah to the west, Northeast to the north, and the Uti region to the south. Administratively, the northern region is made up of 16 MMDAs, comprising 1 metropolis, 5 municipalities, and 10 districts. We also have 18 constituencies. Tourist attractions, tourist sites in the region include the Yendi Cemetery, where many of the Germans who died in battle with the Gombes in the 19th century were buried. This battle is known as the Battle of Addo. We also have the grave of the famous notorious slave raider in Yendi, Babatu, for that matter. Yendi stands as a unique city, distinguished by the passage of the Greenwich Meridian through its heart. It's one of the few human settlements close to the equator. It is a great tourist destination for travelers and geography enthusiasts. The region also has a Sakuli slave site located in the Savulugu municipality, which was one of the largest slave markets in the 17th century. It was once a commercial hub that linked the north to the south in the trade of slaves and cola nuts. On the screen, you would find the map of the northern region as it stands today. To provide quality, that is the mission statement of the Northern Regional Coordinating Council. To provide quality administrative and technical services to MMDAs and NGOs through monitoring, coordination, evaluation, and harmonizing programs, projects, and activities of all stakeholders for the accelerated development of our region. Our vision is simple: peaceful, progressive, and developed northern region with high standards of living for its people in a conducive atmosphere where the dreams and aspirations of its inhabitants can be attained and maximized. Ladies and gentlemen, for the sake of this presentation, I want to draw attention to some areas where the northern region has witnessed significant progress that has greatly improved the quality of life of our people. These are the areas: education, health, water and sanitation and hygiene, roads and transport, and good governance and security. For the purpose of this presentation, I would want to take them one after the other. The government of Ghana has implemented various policies under education and initiatives aimed at improving access to education, enhancing the quality of education, and promoting quality in the educational sector. Some of these efforts include the implementation of the free SHS policy, provision of school infrastructure, recruitment and training of teachers, and the implementation of technology-driven education. These have helped to improve the quality of teaching and learning in our schools. And I am happy to say that my region is a beneficiary of all these interventions. Take a look at the northern region and the figures that is clearly displayed on the screen. The northern region has a total of 4,219 schools across the following levels. Kindergarten. In the public schools, we have 1,283 kindergartens. We have 346 private schools, making it a total of 1,629 schools, kindergarten schools. Now, primary education, we have 1,458 public primary schools, 346 private schools, giving us a total of 1,804 primary schools. We have a total of 593 JHS public schools, 155 private JHS schools, giving us a total of 748 JHS schools. At the senior high and senior high technical schools level, we have 29 senior high technical schools and 9 private senior high technical schools, giving us a total of 38 at that level. Let us have a look at the enrollment in the region. The region also has a total enrollment of 582,379 students across these levels of education, as shown in the table below. Kindergarten, we have 60,379 for boys, 55,666 for girls. We have a total of 116,041. At the primary level, we have 157,949 for boys, 141,200 for girls, giving us a total of 299,149. At the JHS level, we have 53,379 for boys, 47,464 for girls, giving us a total of 100,843 in total. At the SHS level, we have 34,296 for boys, 32,050, giving us a total of 66,346. The total of our SHS enrollment, giving us a total of 582,379 in all. Let me use this opportunity to continue with the free SHS policy. The free SHS policy was introduced in 2017 to provide this free secondary education to all Ghanaian students. This policy has significantly increased access to education, especially for students from low-income families who were previously unable to afford the cost of education. Ladies and gentlemen, I am happy to announce that the Northern region topped the transition statistics in the country with a 98% rate under the free senior high school policy for the 2023-2024 academic year. I think the northern region deserves an applause. I therefore extend our gratitude to all. Again, under the able leadership of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the government, in its quest to enhance the quality of education, invested in the construction of schools infrastructure. Conference rooms, all equipped with modern technology. The government also embarked on the supply of vehicles, motorbikes, between 2017 and 2023. The educational sector also received the following to aid in transportation, institutions, and 133 motorcycles. We would soon be seeing the picture gallery of some of these dual decks for basic schools in the municipality, that is in Yendi. For the purpose of time, I would keep flipping for us to see. We will have more pictures out there with our appetite. Schools infrastructure in Karaga district. Construction of several schools infrastructure in the pictures. Monitoring team have been doing the right things. All these municipalities and districts have first-hand information on these infrastructural developments. These are real pictures, not fabrications. I am sure our audience out there would bear testimony to all this infrastructure in their various communities and see that this is a listening government that delivers on their promises. Keep flipping through, and I can tell you that the MMDCs present here are all excited at the progress of work that they have achieved so far. This is a 12 units, one-story classroom block for Savulgo Senior High. I can see Hajia Aishitu smiling because Wodwa Kofi Annan Technical Institute. These are some of the motorbikes that were given out to our circuit supervisors in the Myeong district by the Myeong District Education Directorate. And this is an iconic building that you would find in the Tolong district. UDS for that matter. This building was commissioned by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana. And this is the building that I just spoke about not quite long, a short while ago. I think this building will match up to any educational institution in the whole wide world. You should have time to visit the Nyankpala campus and you will be excited about the delivery of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana. Let me take you through a brief story about this building. On the occasion of His Excellency's birthday and on the occasion of UDS's, one of its birthdays, the President promised them a birthday gift. And this is the outcome of the President's promise. These are some of the lecture halls that you find inside this iconic building. The interior part of it, the Silver Jubilee building at UDS Nyankpala campus. Very beautiful edifice. I think we owe the President a lot of gratitude. My next slide is on health, as we deliver on our promise to the people of the northern region on health matters. The government's flagship program, Agenda 111, to give the country adequate health delivery services. Government embarked on an Agenda 111 project to build 111 district hospitals across the country. Districts that didn't have hospitals. And I'm happy to note that it is now Agenda 112 by the addition of Karaga, which was initially left out. As you are aware, the flagship project of our government in the health sector is the Agenda 111, which was launched on 7th out of the 16 MMPAs in the region. It is worth mentioning that 10 out of them are beneficiaries of Agenda 111 projects. These projects are found in Saunarico Municipality, Savulgo Municipality, Nanton District, Saboba District, Bandai District, Myeong District, Nanumba South District, Kumbungu District, Tamale Metropolitan, and Karaga districts. Northern region alone has 10 of these 112 projects. Government of Ghana has also started the construction of a psychiatric hospital in Tamale to improve access to psychiatric health services in the region. It is also worth mentioning that this psychiatric hospital is the only one in the entire 5 northern regions. The project includes the construction of a male and female wards, occupational therapy facility, medical waste disposal facility, security post, family hostel for patients, relatives, executive apartments, non-medical staff support services, and many other services to be provided by this hospital. MMDAs in the region also undertook a significant number of health-related initiatives thanks to the various financing sources. These projects include building of CHIPS compounds, clinics, health centers, administrative buildings for district health directorates, medical facilities, maternity wards, housing for medical personnel, and logistics to medical facilities. These projects would significantly deepen the delivery of quality health care of the district level and improve access to healthcare services for all the citizens towards ensuring the attainment of the United Nations Goal 3, brackets, good health and well-being. Members of the press, access to clean water and proper sanitation is essential for preventing diseases, promoting health in our communities, and ensuring sustainable development. In view of this, government in collaboration with local and international partners have made a significant impact in addressing these issues. Let me use this opportunity to also commend the Jospon group of companies for their initiative in this sector, namely the Zoom Lion group of companies. They have been so immense in this sector of sanitation in our country and in our part of the country, the northern region. A lot of infrastructure in this sector, including drilling of boreholes, construction of small town water systems, and other facilities have been undertaken across all the 16 MMDAs, which will be seen at their various exhibition stands. In addition, a total of 170 boreholes, 10 each for each MMDA, and also the Regional Coordinating Council, was sponsored by the District Assembly's Common Fund, and work is in progress as I speak. Drilling of all the 170 boreholes have been made, awaiting mechanization at their various locations. A key accomplishment in this sector in the region is the state-of-the-art Tamale interchange, a Tamale integrated recycling and composting plant, and a medical waste treatment plant, which was commissioned on the 2nd of October 2024. That was just last week by the Jospon group of companies. So you understand why I mentioned them specifically. The facility is capable of processing 600 tons of solid waste daily on one shift and 1,200 tons on 2 shifts. This will bring significant environmental and economic benefits. This facility is also said to create about 2,000 jobs, providing the much needed employment to the youth especially. And on our picture gallery, this is how the whole thing began. This is an Agenda 111 project site in Kandai at various stages of completion. Anumba South, that is Wulesi. This is the site at Kombongu. Ongoing District Assembly project site at Sang, that is Myong. The construction of the psychiatry hospital at Tugu, Yapala in the Tamale Metro. The These are various sites. Completed OPD block at Willensi, Jagu. After this program, we will have a lot of pictures to see outside. This is Nanton, Tolong District Hospital. That is the Zabzugu and Bushegu Midwifery College. Zolda Bwane Chief's compound. Chief, I'm happy to note that your community has been well captured. We have in our midst the Chief of Zoo, who will be excited. I know he knows about this, but he'll be excited to see it captured in today's presentation. These are some of the finishing items that have been put in our various health institutions. This is a recycling plant that I just spoke about a short while ago. The interior, this is the area view of the place. This plant is at Balahi in the Tamale North constituency. This is the interior part of the place. And I urge each and every one of us to make time to visit the place and see what is actually happening on the ground. These are real pictures. They are not stories. They are not in the pipeline. We are working, and work would continue. The area of agriculture, the northern region with 1,125,499. For the people of the northern region, and dominated by smallholder farmers. Directly involved in the implementation of government flagship programs, such as Planting for Food and Jobs, Breeding for Food and Jobs, and Planting for Export and Rural Development, commonly known as the PED program. In agriculture, other programs and projects are Ghana Agricultural Sector Investment Project, Savannah Investment Program, Savannah Agricultural Productivity Improvement Project, SAPIP, and the Savannah Agricultural Value Chain Development Project. These are just but a few of the projects that the Ministry of Agric is embarking on. And I know the Deputy Minister for Agric is very happy to be seeing all this mentioned. The Planting for Food and Jobs, PFJ, is one of the flagship programs of this government, and has generally seen an increase in the quantities of subsidized inputs, both improved seeds and fertilizers, received and distributed to farmers since 2017. Last year also saw the launch of the PFJ2 farmer registrations. Farmer registered on GAP is 163,216. Registered 32 aggregators, has also registered 104 agribusinesses in the northern region. The farmer registration is still ongoing. And I urge all farmers who are watching us and listening to us to enroll on this program because it is very beneficial. Availability of agricultural extension officers in the region who help and aid our farmers in their farming activities. The number of AEAs required: male 328, female 156. The number of AEAs at post are 213, and 50 respectively, giving us a total of 263. Means we still have a shortfall of AEs. Deputy Minister, I hope you are taking note of this. The necessary advice should be given to government for proper address. Government recognizes that improved agricultural extension and veterinary services are crucial in safeguarding food security. More AES and veterinary officers to help enhance food security. Under the PFJ 2, grant impulse distribution is fertilizers and seeds distribution for 2024. We have on the table NPK, 50 kg bags. The quantity to be supplied to the region is 101,984 bags. So far, the quantity received is 76,566. The quantity distributed so far is 76,566, leaving us a balance of 25,418. I am happy to note that we have started receiving the balance as of 2 days ago. Urea, 50 kg, we are expecting a total of 49,122 bags. We have received 14,000, in excess of 14,000, and have distributed in excess of 14,000, making it a balance, leaving us a balance of 34,869. Maize seeds that are required, 50,810 of the 10 kg bags, 15,017 received and distributed, leaving us a balance of 35,795. On the table, we have the commodity and the areas of cultivation by the various stakeholders and farmers in the region. Maize, we are expected to cultivate an area of 165,183 hectares, and it follows like that in the table. The dry spell in the region didn't spare the northern region. We all know climate change is taking a heavy toll on us, and there is the need for us to all be on our guard to protect our planet, because that is what we have. We do not have two planets, we have one planet, and we all have to be very responsible to make sure that our planet is protected. The table below would explain it all. The total area cultivated for maize was 165,183, and the total area affected 154,773. The farmers affected were 143,000 males and 46,000 females. So you see, if you take 154,000 from 165,000, you see that this crop season for maize is almost gone. And that is why we all have to be very responsible. And it follows like that on the table for rice, soya bean, granules, yam, millet, sorghum, cowpea, cassava. And the total area that would have been cultivated would have been 683,000. And the total area affected is 460,000. So you see, we are left with just a little over 20,000 on our various farms. A total of 600, and that's just what I have just explained. The drought has really dealt with farmers in the northern region. And my deputy minister, I hope you are seeing the figures. I know the figures might have been put on your table already, but there's a saying that goes that seeing is believing. Consequently, 6 distribution centers. Following this, the Ministry of Food and Agriculture is set to provide food aid and farm inputs to our farmers, the affected farmers. Consequently, 6 distribution centers and warehouses have been identified for the distribution of food aid and inputs to dry spell affected farmers. They are Savelugu, Tamale, Bushao, Yendi, Bimbila, and Kandai. And in our pictures are some of the farms that have been captured for the purpose of this program. I am sure none of us sitting in this hall is pleased to see these pictures. I am not happy myself because I'm a farmer and I know the toll it has taken on the lives of all farmers. These are some of the pictures: a rice field, a maize farm, the yam farm. And this was when the Minister for Agric and the Finance Minister was in town for us to visit some farms. We went there, we saw it with our naked eyes, and this is what is happening on our farms. In the picture, you can see that there's a borehole in one of the farms, but the borehole couldn't save that farm because there was no water in the borehole. These are some of the inspections that took place. And you can see the finance minister in the picture having a feel of one of the affected crops. It was planting for food and planting for export and rural development, the PED program. The region has benefited from planting for export and rural development program, which is a decentralized national tree crop program to promote rural and economic growth and improve household incomes of rural farmers through the provision of certified improved seedlings, extension services, business support, and regulatory mechanisms. The region has seen a significant increase in the number of cashew seedlings raised and distributed to farmers. These programs and interventions highlighted today demonstrate the critical role government initiatives play in advancing agriculture. By building on these foundations, we can foster a resilient agricultural sector that drives economic growth, alleviate poverty, and sustains the environment for future generations. Distinguished guests, our revered chiefs, ladies and gentlemen, I am also pleased to highlight that Alhaji Masood Mohammed, a farmer from the Mount District of the region, was adjudged the National Best Farmer of 2021 crop season. We have a picture gallery of the projects and programs in this region. These pictures were taken when the fertilizers for the region started arriving at our various warehouses. Some of the beneficiaries of this program, this was found in the Nanumba North municipality. Next slide, please. These are some of the cashew seedlings that have been distributed to our various MMDAs. The poultry hasn't been left out. Small ruminants. I'm sure my mother in the picture there is very happy, and her life has changed since the benefits that she got from the ruminants. We also have these machines to help in our various rural communities. Some of the seedlings and the nurseries that we have. This site is in Pandai. And training of rice farmers on the use of handheld rice harvesters, popularly called the ripples. This is also some of the interventions government has made in the mechanization of our agricultural sector. We have these tractors, we have pumps, harvesters, thrashers, and many more agricultural tools to aid our farming activities. These pictures that you are seeing are coming from the various MMDAs who have been beneficiaries of all these PED and PFJ programs. Fertilizers, this was found in the Saboba district. And Aja Ishetu, seen here presenting seedlings of cashew to some of our cashew farmers. The AEs are on the field to advise our farmers on good agricultural practices. The next slide will take us through how we get to these farms and how we get to our various health institutions and our educational institutions. This sector in the region comprises of air and road transport systems. Under the air, we have a picture gallery of the international. As you are aware, the Tamale International Airport Development Phase 2 project has been completed. Some of its features include 2 boarding gates, 4 self-check-in, service check-in kiosks, 8 check-in desks, airline offices, commercial and retail area, a multi-purpose terminal in a 5-kilometer road network, amongst others. And on the screen is the front stage view of the Tamale International Airport. This is the aerial view of the airport. These are true pictures. These are not fabrications. And those people who always patronize the airport will attest to these pictures that we are showing on the screen. This is the inside that shows the check-in booths, departure and arrival. These are luggage pickup points. When you arrive, your bags come through here, and you stand by the elevators to pick your luggages. And this is the multi-purpose terminal that has always been used for airlifting our Hajj pilgrimage to Mecca and back. The road transport sector continues. On Wednesday, the 10th of April 2019, in Tamale, under the auspices of His Majesty Ndanyana Bukari, the President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, sword was cut for the first interchange in the entire 5 northern regions, or the northern sector, of the country and launched by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana. This project came under the 2 billion Government of Ghana Sino-Hydro Master Project Support Agreement. Consequently, on 29th March 2022, the Tamale Interchange Project, with a total bridge and ramp length of 1,072 meters, having been successfully completed, was open to traffic following its commissioning by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana. Before the construction of the interchange, this was how the area looked like. And when work commenced, this was how construction work was ongoing. Let me also say that this proved the naysayers who said this was going to be one of the political rhetorics wrong. Work was actually happening when people were spreading rumor that, oh, they have covered the place and they are doing galamsey in those areas. Lo and behold, the towers started coming up, and this was what we started seeing. Work was still in progress. Gradually, we were getting there. This is massive. And after the project, this is what it changed the total air view and landscape of the area. And if you were out of town for 2 years and you came back, you wouldn't know the way to your home. Those of us living in that corridor. And in the 9th, this is how the place looks like. Isn't it beautiful? Who do we owe this gratitude to? His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, and his able Vice President, who was at the center of the Sino credit, which people didn't believe. We in the northern region owe them a lot of gratitude. And on the day of the commissioning, you see the man himself doing the cutting of the sword, cutting of the tape, with his able Vice President with him. And after that, the euphoria was even much greater and joyous on the interchange when the President took a ride on the interchange. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, over the period under review, several road projects have been undertaken, with some completed and others still ongoing in the areas of regraveling, rehabilitation, upgrading and sealing, resealing and sectional rehabilitation, and spot improvements. A total road length of 24.6 kilometers has been asphalted at Bawumia Barracks, Air Force Base, Airport, Kamina Barracks, Northern Command Headquarters, Police Headquarters, Fire Service Headquarters, and the National Investigations Bureau Headquarters. Now various institutions like Tamale Teacher Training College, and a few others. The Department of Feeder Roads also engaged in improving a total of 839.2 kilometer feeder roads network under maintenance interventions in the region. The breakdown of maintenance activities, upgrading to bitumen surface 177 kilometers. Rehabilitations 409 kilometers spread over 24 lots. Sport improvement, 252 kilometers over 27 lots. Notable among the road projects is the 168-kilometer Tamale-Yendi-Tatale Road, which is the longest road network in the region. And in the picture gallery, you find the road under construction. And if any one of us was to be on the Tamale-Yendi-Tatale Road, you will attest to these pictures that we are showing today. Massive road improvement works is ongoing. At this stage, the road is about 94% complete. Various sections of the road, isn't it beautiful, under this vegetation. During this period, asphalt overlay had also taken place. And these are pictures from our various barracks in the regional police headquarters. Next slide, please. Next slide. So these are overall works on streets of Tamale. Let me also bring to your notice that before this alphatic overlay that took place in Tamale, apart from the road, the Trans-ECOWAS highway that passes through Tamale from Kintampo, the northern region had never experienced asphalt roads in the region. And I am happy to note that under this government, the northern region, and for that matter, Tamale and Yendi, are beneficiaries of 110 kilometers of asphalt overlay that you can find in Tamale and some parts of Yendi. This government has really kept faith with the people of the northern region. Ceiling works on Yankpala campuses of UDS. Sport improvements of town roads in Saboba. Kumbungu Tolong before and after. We can all attest to the fact. These are all pictures of work that is ongoing on our various roads. Then came the game changer, the District Road Improvement Program, popularly called DRIP. Nanema, our development partners, following His Excellency the President's commitment to improve and expand the country's road network, particularly in remote areas, the District Road Improvement Program was launched. The program is aimed at enhancing Ghana's road network by decentralizing road infrastructure development and addressing challenges facing MMDAs across the country. The northern region is a beneficiary of 131 equipment comprising wheel loaders, water tankers, backhoes, tipper trucks, rollers, motor graders, concrete mixers, bulldozers, and low beds. The launch of the DRIP in the region featured the distribution of this equipment to all the 16 MMDAs in the region. No MMDA has been left out. This initiative offers an opportunity to build a brighter future by creating employment and improving the lives of our people. This is the picture gallery of the lunch. And I was excited to be part of this. I equally think our traditional rulers, headed by His Royal Majesty, Yana Bukari himself, sat in state at the lunch. The lunch brought together over 30 of our paramount chiefs to witness this very important and game-changing activity. And we can see that on the pictures. The Yana was excited, equally were other chiefs present very excited. And this was at the lunch. I led the Yana himself to cut the ribbon. And in the picture, myself, the finance minister, and His Royal Majesty himself. You can see he was beaming with smiles. It means he gave approval to what we have achieved so far. And in the picture are some of the equipments that were on display at the Jubilee Park at the lunch. I guess we are all excited seeing all these pictures. I dare say this is really the game changer, and I give it my thumbs up. The last part of my presentation is on governance. Infrastructure is essential for the smooth functioning of government departments and agencies, as it plays a crucial role in ensuring that they deliver services to citizens effectively. In recent years, government has made significant strides in improving its governance structures, particularly at the local government level. The government has undertaken several initiatives to empower local communities and promote participatory governance with efforts aimed at ensuring that the voice of ordinary Ghanaians are heard and their needs addressed in a timely and effective manner. The provision of infrastructure in this sector has led to improved productivity, increased efficiency, and enhanced security and better service delivery in the region. And in the picture gallery, we would see some of the infrastructure that government has provided to enhance service, quality service delivery. These pictures are coming from the various MMDAs, and those in those areas, the people coming from those areas will attest to the fact that since 2017, we have made a lot strides in provision of these services. Most of this credit must go to our MMDAs for their contribution in the provision of this infrastructure. I think they deserve a better clap than what we've done. This is a refurbishment of the Savlugul Assembly Conference Hall. Isn't it beautiful? These are all pictures from the various MMDAs. Rehabilitation of Ambulance Service Center in Kumbung. Administrative facilities, Sabuba Water System. Tona Yile in Kumbungu. This is the National Health Insurance Office. And on security, security is a fundamental pillar for stability and development of any nation or society. Not only does it involve protection of lives and properties, it also fosters economic growth, social cohesion, and political stability. Recognizing its importance, the government, led by His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, has made significant efforts to enhance peace and security by strengthening law enforcement agencies, implementing advanced technology, and improving the living standards of security personnel geared towards ensuring smooth conduct of their operations. During the period under review, the government has undertaken a number of development projects in a bid to improve the living standards of security personnel. Some of these projects include residential accommodation units, office complexes, training school facilities, and other logistics. We find them on the picture gallery. Look at what was happening in Kamina before and after. And I can tell you that when you go there today, this is a completely transformed barracks. What you saw earlier, this is the completion of that project. And this comprises of accommodation for senior officers, several flats for senior officers. This was before, and this is after, inside Kamina Barracks. Before the main gate, and this is what is happening at the main gate now. The asphalt unit square, where parades are always taken, has been asphalted. Installation of street lights is ongoing. Several thousands of street lights have been received by all the MMDAs in the region, and installation has been done in most of these areas that the street lights are designed to lit up in the night. Suffice it to say, I know we still need to do a lot, and we urge the general public to bear with us as work is in progress. This is a police 4-bedroom apartment that has been constructed in Zabzugu for the district commander. Police quarters is at Yendi, rehabilitated. Construction of regional police commander's bungalow here in Tamale. These are some of the infrastructure that has been. And there has been a supply of water cannon vehicles that would help us in our crowd control activities. These are motorbikes that were supplied to the Ghana Police Service, and the FPU are the beneficiary unit of the police service is the beneficiary of this, and it has helped us in the night patrols, in the patrolling of our various roads in our towns and villages. The Ghana National Fire Service was not left out. They have also seen significant improvement at their various offices and barracks across the region. Asphalting work at the regional headquarters of the Ghana National Fire Service. These are all works in progress that is being undertaken by this government. An ultra-modern emergency communication center has been established and furnished at the Tamale Regional Headquarters to serve the 5 regions of the North, Oti, Bono East regions as well. On immigration, this is the immigration office that you find in Yendi. And this was before the rehabilitation. And now this is the rehabilitated immigration office in Yendi. And these pictures that you find on the screen was at the commissioning. Before the renovation of the Yendi Sector Commanders Bungalow, this is how it looked like. And this is how it looks like now. Isn't it beautiful? Some achievement and success stories. 98%, by way of summary, 98% rate of JHS to SHS transition to academic year, which was the best in the country in 2024, 2023-2024 academic year. The construction of a recycling and composting plant, a medical waste treatment plant, construction of the Tamale interchange, completion of the phase 2 project of the Tamale International Airport, construction of the state-of-the-art Silver Jubilee building at the Nyankpala campus of the University for Development Studies, a psychiatry hospital under construction, 10 Agenda 111 hospitals under construction, construction of healthcare and educational facilities across the region. I am happy to also state that the internal audit unit of the Northern Regional Coordinating Council was recognized and adjudged the best in the country for the 2022-2023 auditing year. Nanema, invited guest, all this couldn't have been achieved without challenges. While progress has been made, some challenges has hindered the full realization of our developmental goals. The major one being limited funding and resource availability to support the scope of ongoing projects. These lead to a slow pace of the implementation of the projects. And I'm happy that the Deputy Finance Minister is here and listening. Additionally, security concerns in certain areas continue to pose risk to the continuity and success of these interventions. Looking ahead, the way forward requires a collective commitment to sustain and building on the progress we have made so far. This means enhancing transparency and accountability in implementing government initiatives, encouraging active community participation, and fostering partnerships between public and private sectors. Together, we can build on these achievements to ensure long-lasting development and prosperity for all. Our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, today's meeting has highlighted significant strides made through government interventions in key areas that has driven development and improved the quality of lives in our communities. Permit me to express the region's gratitude and commendation to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana and his Vice President, the Ministers of State, our revered chiefs, our parliamentarians, our honorable MMDCs, our heads of agencies, departments, and units for their immense continued support in the region. I also want to express my sincerest gratitude to organizers of this town hall meeting, the Ministry of Information headed by Madam Fatimata Abukari, without whose support and commitment, this town hall meeting would not have been possible. We say thank you for the opportunity and support, and we look forward to continued engagements with the citizenry as we work towards building a better future. To all of you I say, ni tumapam te paya, na ande sogo.
Let's give the Honorable Minister another round of applause. Wow. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Please, you may be seated. Thank you. I think the Honorable Northern Regional Minister has spoken for well over an hour. And usually on occasions like this, when speakers go beyond 20 minutes, my fear is that by the time they are done, people would have left the hall. But the Honorable Northern Regional Minister is such a wonderful public speaker that even after an hour, the room was getting fuller and fuller. Because at a conference like this, a summit like this, one of our patrons was delivering a speech. And by the time he was done delivering his speech, people had started walking out one after the other. By the time he got to, in conclusion, there was only one person seated where the audience was supposed to sit. But he took his time and read the entire speech, after which he walked to the one person and said, "Sir, I beg you, tell me the truth. Why did you stay to listen to me when all others had left?" He said, "Yes, sir, the truth is that I am the next speaker." The Honorable Regional Minister deserves another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We have a number of dignitaries here, and I'll be introducing them in no particular order. Of course, we have just listened to the Northern Regional Minister, Honorable Alhaji Alhassan Shaibu. We earlier listened to the Honorable Minister for Information, Honorable Fatimatu Abubakar. We also have with us here the Honorable Deputy Minister for Finance, Honorable Dr. Alex Ampabin. Sir, please just give us a wave. We have the Acting Director of the ISD, Dr. Winifred Nafisa Mahama, here with us. Where's Doc? I saw her earlier. Oh, she's right there. Let's give her a round of applause. We have the Acting Chief Director of the Northern Regional Coordinating Council, Mr. Sumaila Ewuntoma Abudu, right here with us. Let's give him a round of applause. We have the Honorable Napagatia Sulemana, who is the National Coordinator, Special Development Initiatives, right here with us. Let's give a round of applause in acknowledgement. The Honorable Hajia Abiba Tashani Mahama, CEO of Maslok, is right here with us. Let's acknowledge her. We have the Honorable Deputy Minister in charge of Agriculture, Honorable Tuferu. Honorable is also the MP for Nanton. Let's give him a round of applause as well, ladies and gentlemen. We've also been joined by the clergy, key among them. The Northern Regional Chief Imam has sent a representative who gave us the opening prayer. Please just give us another wave. Thank you very much. We have the leader of Al-Hubayt Mission here in the Northern region, who is also the chief of the Zongo community here in Tamale. Shehu Dalhu Abdul Mumin is here with us. Shehu, thank you so very much. I'll take some time when I return to properly introduce our chiefs before we have our cultural performance at some point in time. But we also do have all 16 MMDCEs here represented. I'll quickly go through the list. DCE for Tatele Sanguli, Honorable James Cecil Jawulbe is here with us. Honorable, thank you very much. DCE for Zabzugu, Honorable Ahmed Abubakar Idrisu, please just give us a wave. MCE for Yendi, Honorable Ahmed Yusuf Abukari is here with us. We are grateful. MCE for Gushegu, Honorable Hajja Dawuni Robert is here with us. The MCE for Saboba, Honorable George Bingirini is here with us. MCE for Sanergo, Honorable Yakubu Ahmed Mohammed, also known as Polo, is here with us. DCE for Myong, Honorable Muhammad Samuel, I saw you somewhere there. Thank you very much. We are very grateful. DCE for Karaga, Honorable Idrisu Muhammad Sani is here with us. DCE for Tolong, Honorable Isifu Fuseni is here with us. The DCE for Nantong, Honorable Abdullah Murtada is here with us. The DCE for Kumbungu, Honorable Abdul Salam Fatau is also here with us. He is also the parliamentary candidate for Kumbungu for the MPP. The DCE for Kwandai, Honorable Ata Imano Kofi Tatablata is here with us. MCE for Nanumba North, Honorable Abdullah Yakub is here with us. The DCE for Nanumba South, Honorable Banama Mamunde is here with us. The MCE for Sablugu, Honorable Hajia Aishetu Seidu is here with us. And finally, we have the mayor himself, the mayor of Tamale, and the parliamentary candidate for Tamale Central, Honorable Sule Salifu. Thank you so very much. When Honorable Regional Minister was speaking, for those of you who are used to social media, there's a term called shading. He shaded me. When he got to the part where he spoke about visible projects, he said, it is not in the pipeline. And I realized the Honorable Regional Minister was looking for me and where I was sitting, because I have been talking about politicians, especially on occasions where he has been the guest speaker. And I have been saying that as a journalist, when I am listening to politicians in order to make a report, when they are speaking on platforms like this, I listen out for certain phrases. Once they use any of those phrases, it means they are liars. They are lying. In the absence of those phrases, they have spoken the truth. Which are these phrases? First, when the politician is speaking and says anywhere in his speech, ladies and gentlemen, plans are far advanced, it is a lie. During their speech, when they tell you that I can assure you that it is in the pipeline, please, it is a lie. When they talk to you and then they say that, oh, there's light at the end of the tunnel, there's no tunnel at all. So when Honorable was speaking, I realized he avoided pipeline, he avoided plans are far advanced, he did not tell us about any tunnel or the light at the end. He actually showed us evidence of the work he has done so far. Honorable, we are very, very grateful. But you see, many of the things that Honorable said the northern region had benefited from the government were supported by a certain very important ministry, the Ministry of Finance. I'll now humbly invite the Deputy Minister of Finance, Dr. Alex Ampaben, to make a very short presentation. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you.
Good afternoon, the Honorable Regional Minister, Honorable Minister for Information, the Honorable Deputy Minister for Agric, the CEO for Maslock, the Honorable MMDCs, our distinguished chiefs, the rest, I stand on all protocols. A very good afternoon from my boss and the Minister for Finance, Dr. Mohammed Amin Anta. He extends his warm wishes to you all. It's a great pleasure to be here this afternoon to have a short economic story on how far Ghana has come and where we intend to travel. And I hope to make sure that I will avoid those keywords, light after the tunnel. So my speech will definitely not touch on that, because we have already seen the light. I am happy to tell you that Ghana's economy is back. We are fully back on track. And I am saying this on the basis of how far we went. And as you all recall, during the COVID time, Ghana went through a very difficult terrain, at which point our GDP, the inflation, the exchange rate, and all the economic indicators tumbled. And literally, the country was on the verge of sinking. And sometimes, people make assertions that we make so much excuses with COVID and Russia and Ukraine. But permit me to say that in 2015, when there was no COVID, Ghana's economy grew by 3.1%. In 2016, when there was no COVID, the country grew by 3.4%. When MPP took over in 2017, our first year in office, by December 2017, the economy had moved from 3.4% to 8.1%. We continued this beautiful journey and recorded a 6.8% in 2018, a 6.5% in 2019 before the COVID hit. Even in the midst of the COVID, when economies like Nigeria was growing at a negative 1.9, when Kenya was growing at a negative 0.3, when South Africa was growing at a negative 5.9%, Ghana, among all the peers I have mentioned, was the only country that recorded a positive 0.5%. That is a country that had a rock. The only way we appreciate how far the country has come, as I said earlier, is about recognizing the effort and the hard work which the managers of the economy has been putting in. And even post-COVID, we rebounded with a 5.1 growth until the Russia and Ukraine. And again, we know that corridor controls a third of the global supply chain and therefore has a direct impact when things do go wrong. But as I said, I'm happy to say we are back because no country in the history of the IMF fiscal consolidation in the magnitude like we did has witnessed a growth of more than 1%. No country. But Ghana, in our first year review, in 2023 December, recorded a 2.9% growth. That is a country on a growth trajectory. 2.9%. We followed that up with the first quarter of this year, which is the first 3 months of this year. We recorded a 4.7%. That is economy under IMF, 4.7%. And as I'm talking to you, the last data released by the Ghana Statistical Service has shown that the economy of Ghana grew by 6.9%. So, is it not to say we have rebounded? That is 3 successive quarters of positive growth. And the good news is that it's the industry that controls our growth, which indicates that the sector that is doing well, the one district, one factory is gradually picking up, and surely the unemployment rate is going to go down as the industry sector picks up. This is what we have to support. And some of the businesses that left the country are now coming back. Those that left as far back as 2013 have now indicated that they want to come back to the country because they have seen light. Not light behind the tunnel, but they have seen and have felt the light right here in Ghana. And my message to those companies and to all investors who are willing to come to Ghana is simple. We are ready for you. We have the right fiscal infrastructure for you. We have the right electricity, a stable one, of course, for you. We have the right digitized economy for you. We have a stable economic indicators for you. And we have a very solid financial system for you. So come here. Ghana has one of the best human capital with a lot of graduates in engineering, in economics, and what have you. And the country is all but ready to receive all investors and companies who wants to come to the country. Now, I cannot talk about our journey without also looking at how do we sustain all the beautiful things I'm talking about. The first thing we are doing, and which we have done so well, is about staying on course and in line. The finance minister, who happens to be my boss, has indicated that under no circumstance are we going to have any budget slippages. We are going to stay in the budget. We are going to stay and live within our means. Even in the midst of elections. We know when it gets to election, we are very good at overspending. But so far, 2 months to election, our budget is still firmly on track. And those who were able to follow the 2024 media budget review, we cut expenditure by a 2.9%. That is a government that is ready to recover. That is a government that is looking at maintaining its economic stability and not prepared to blow the budget with the excuse of an election. Whether election, no election, we are staying on course and we will never overspend or go over the budget. That is number one. Other things we are doing is also about increasing revenue. And here, when we talk of increasing revenue, our experience in Ghana has been introducing new taxes. This government is not going by that direction. We believe that with a strong system reforms, administrative reforms, this country can harness the opportunity of additional revenue potential. And in this direction, we are embarking on tax reforms, administrative reforms that will ensure that we increase our revenue without introducing a single tax into the tax system. This is possible. In addition to that, as a country, we believe, as I said, staying on track, but crucially, we need to support the SME. Ghana, businesses in Ghana which are registered, 92% of them are SMEs. And all manufacturing jobs, SMEs contribute 85%. SMEs make up 75% of our GDP. So we cannot say we are growing without taking deliberate effort to enhancing the production capacities of the medium and small scale enterprises. And on this basis, government has been very deliberate. And the Ministry of Finance recently introduced the SME Go, which His Excellency, the President, launched on the 16th of July. So far, an amount of 8.2 billion is being invested into the sector with the hope that it will help create jobs, it will help as an import substitution in a way that's going to cut the importation of some of the items we can comfortably produce within the country. We have gained support from the World Bank, has given us 400 million. The African Development Bank has given 45 million. And we have also internally been able to generate the difference. And so far, a number of town hall meetings have happened. I believe there's one that recently took place in Tamale and other northern parts of the country to sensitize would-be beneficiaries and the citizens on how to assess this SME funding opportunity once you roll this out. Another way I believe that going forward, we are going to sustain the gains we have is again making sure that we stay firmly with the IMF PC-PEG program. All the beautiful gains are as a result of we staying on track on the IMF PC-PEG program. and we are going to do just that. I can't also talk or come to Tamale on this very important day without talking about the dry spells. The Honorable Minister was really, really detailed. And I thank you, Honorable, for taking your time to making us appreciate the very challenge that the northern sector went through. The affected regions contribute approximately 60% of our grain supplies in the country. And therefore, government, through the Ministry of Finance, has to be purposeful. We have to be proactive. A listening government cannot sit and wait for disaster to happen before responding. So His Excellency the President, together with His Excellency the Vice President, engage the sector ministers, luckily including my sister, the Honorable Minister for Information, when the issue started. And these two ministries, together with the Minister of Information, came together and decided on working out what should be government best response. And the best response was to task the Ministry of Agric, which I believe my colleague Deputy Minister will go into the details, so I will leave that for him. You know, the ministry came out with an 8.2 million Ghana cedi budget. So the Ministry of Finance had to do a budget realignment, reallocating certain lines in order to accommodate for the contingency that faced us. We've also been able to get Parliament approval for 500 million from the contingency fund. In addition to this, we've also gotten the support of the the World Bank on a $150 million repurpose project. And there are other partners who are undertaking their own activity to support their own intervention, or working in other capacity with the ministry. To all these development partners from the Ministry of Finance and Government, we say thank you for coming to the aid of the country and supporting our farmers. From us, there is going to be cash transfers. There is also the supply of farming inputs. The reason of going through this direction is that there is an estimated farming investment losses of about 3.5 billion. And that is assuming things stay as it is. A total farming loss could lead to over 7.4 billion, in which case it's going to go around 4,000 Ghana cedi per hectare in losses. But we hope we won't get to that tangent. On this basis, the Ministry of Finance is working collaboratively with the Ministry of Agric in supporting our farmers, pegging an amount of around 1,000 Ghana cedi per hectare. Whilst we believe that this might not be sufficient in covering all the costs, it supports the supply of farming inputs in a way that it guarantees or at least safeguard a portion of the potential investment losses. The supply of the farming input will also ensure that when the weather gets better, we can have enough for the years and the periods ahead of us. This, again, is a response by government to ensure that we do not create more job losses. We have to appreciate the number of farmers in the northern region that depends on the agri sector. And therefore, by government intervening with the cash transfers and the farming input supply, farmers are able to continue to ensure that no more job losses are recorded. So I will leave you here this afternoon with a very simple message that Ghana is back, the economy has recovered, a three continuous successive positive economic growth is indeed an indication that we are back. As you recall, we had inflation around 54%. But one thing I also want to remind you is that before MPP came into power in 2017, in 2015, inflation was 17.7%. In 2016, it came to 15.4%. Then we took over in 2017. By the end of 2017, inflation had moved from 15.4 to 11.8 in just 12 months' time. In 2018, we came to 9.4. And in 2018, 19, we came to 7.9. So from 2018 to 2019, recorded full 2 years of single-digit inflation. This is the first time as a country we have ever recorded this in our history. And that should tell you, so you take something from 17 and 15, then you bring it down to 11, you bring it down to 9.4, and then we bring it down to 7.9. Then all of a sudden, COVID came in. So sometimes when people say there's so much emphasis on COVID, it's about appreciating where we were. In the absence of no COVID, inflation was 17. Then when we took over, we moved it from 17 to 7.9. That was a record. And to have that 2 years in a row of single digit, and all of a sudden moving back to 10 point something and finally 54% in 2022, orchestrated by the Russian-Ukraine, and to move from 54.1% in 2022, and as I'm talking to you, is just under, just over 20%. And I have no doubt that by December 2024, we will meet our inflationary target of 15%. And hopefully in the years to come, 2025 and ongoing, we will be going back to the single digits. So I'll leave you here by saying that Ghana is back. The economy is rebounding. All indicators are looking positive. And I have no doubt that we have returned to the pre-pandemic era. Thank you very much, and good afternoon.
Well, another round of applause for the Deputy Minister of Finance, Dr. Alex Ampabe, MP as well. Thank you so very much. I think he deserves a round of applause, loud enough. Thank you. For those of you who may not have observed, throughout the 15 minutes that Honorable Dr. Ampabe spoke, he didn't read from a prepared script. Everything was delivered extempore. That should tell you the amount of intelligence in that young head. Another round of applause for him. So whilst he was going on, I was talking to people. I said, hey, that man is intelligent too. Somebody said, yeah, I know him. My friend used to be in the same class with him. And my friend didn't like him at all. I said, why? He said, because always in the exam hall, he would ask for extra sheets. when others, and that the most painful thing is that when others are done with the exam and have gone out of the exam hall and are discussing the questions and are being happy, oh, that I answered question 4 very well, he will still be in the exam hall with his hand up, calling the invigilator. Invigilator comes and says, there's a problem with question 4. And when they go and check, there's actually a problem with question 4. Meanwhile, those outside are celebrating over question 4. Let's give Doc another round of applause. We are very, very grateful. We've been listening to a lot of talk. We'll take a short break, not to go out, but to be entertained. And those who will entertain us are the Yamgarina Cultural Troupe. Yamgarina Cultural Troupe, if you're ready, please give us just 5 minutes of entertainment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Hello, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Right, for those who just joined us, many thanks for joining us here at the Nat Hall in Tamale for the regional town hall meeting and exhibition organized by the Ministry of Information, the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Food and Agriculture, as well as the Northern Regional Coordinating Council. This promises to be very informative, but also very educational as we are about witnessing all that has been going on in respect of development here in the northern region. Ladies and gentlemen, this event is live on a number of TV and radio stations, as well as on live streaming channels. GTV, Joy News, ABC News Ghana, Asasi Radio, Happy FM, North TV, ZA TV, Sangane TV and FM, ZA TV and ZA FM as well, Radio Justice, Radio Savannah, the Ministry of Information's Facebook page, and the Ministry of Finance's Facebook page. It is also being carried live on Wuntumi Radio Tamale, right here in Tamale. I think all these radio and TV channels deserve a round of applause in appreciation for all that they are doing for us today. Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting to one of the highlights of today's event when the Honorable Regional Minister for Northern Region gave his presentation. A chunk of the information he gave us had to do with issues related to agriculture. Also because for the organization of this town hall meeting, the Ministry of Agriculture is at the center of this organization as well. I hereby have the honor of inviting the Honorable Deputy Minister in charge of Food and Agriculture, who is also MP for Nantong, Honorable Alhaj Hadi Tuferu, to give us a presentation. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, the Honorable Regional Minister, Ashanti, the Honorable Minister for Information, my own mother, Fatima Abubakar, our revered chiefs, the clergy, the Honorable MMDCs, the various institutions present here, our future leaders and students. I can see the Biskans, Tamaskans, the Ganaskans, the superpowers, the media, all protocol duly observed. I bring you warm greetings from my boss, Honorable MP for Abetifi, the Minister in charge of Food and Agriculture, Honorable Brian Achampong, Doctor. He asked me to give an update on the dry spell, the country food security situation, and announce the implementation of the measures to mitigate the effect on the farmers and our food system. So whatever I'm going to say here are his remarks. We remember a month ago, we announced, this is Minister speaking, to the nation the dry spell condition that we judge with high certainty could affect the nation's grains production and by extension food system, and also take a toll on our farmers in several ways. The dry spell lasted more than 10 months from June to mid-August, which is usually the planting season for the savannah zone and the northern belt of the transition zone. Our food system also experienced some shocks from the delayed rains in the southern sector, which has just begun. In that press statement, according to Minister, announcement was made, and we assured the nation that having become aware of the situation and having analyzed the potential impact on the farmers and the food system, we will put in place measures to mitigate the effect on our food system and deploy support to bring relief to our farmers and restore the farming activities. We have since conducted an extensive audit and analysis of the situation and mobilized government resources, secure approval of Parliament, and support from the World Bank and the development partners. We have also secured grains and provided a food availability assurance audit. And we can assure the nation that our current food system is safe and we are able to restore our farmers and their farming activities. From the press statement to announce the dry spell and subsequent news intervention, I did assure the nation that notwithstanding the dry spell, we expect prices of food commodities to decrease significantly due to investment made through the PFJ2, except for grains. I also indicated that when we roll out our intervention, we expect prices of food, especially grains, to decrease further. Indeed, for the 11 commodities being tracked, the status of these prices between the month of August and September are as follows. Cassava, 9.05% decrease. Groundnut, red, 2.19% decrease. Onion, 1.32% decrease. Plantain, 34.109% decrease. Cowpea, 27.43% decrease. Tomatoes, 27.3% decrease. Imported for perfume rice, 16.62% decrease. Sorghum, 1% decrease. White yam, 2% decrease. And chicken, 1% decrease. We expect this trend to continue through to June of 2025, where we project an average of 15% further drop in our main staples and a 50% drop in maize for the year 2025. For maize, there has been major shocks in its prices presentation. For example, sometime last year, white maize, which was being sold at the farm gate at 300 Ghana cedis per 100 kg and sold on the market at an average of 450 cedis, is now being sold at 600 Ghana cedis at the farm gate price, and the market in Ejura at 700 Ghana cedis per the 100 kg bag. In Techima and Nkranza markets. 770 Ghana cedis is the price of the white maize in Agboguleshi and Medina markets. And in Medina markets, it's 1,200 Ghana cedis per the 100 kg bag. Ladies and gentlemen, now to the dry spell mitigation measures. To restore our food system and bridge the grain loss gap, we have this morning commenced the distribution of the following: 118,000 metric tons of fertilizer and 5,133 metric tons of seeds to 800,000 smallholder farmers nationwide. That is farmers cropping under 2 acres under this program. Every farmer will receive 2 bags of NPK and 1 bag of urea, and either maize or rice, depending upon what they crop. 20,000 metric tons of fertilizer to commercial farmers nationwide. So it is not only smallholder farmers, commercial farmers stands to benefit. So 20,000 metric tons of fertilizer to commercial farmers nationwide. Each farmer will receive up to 50 bags of NPK and 25 bags of urea. The application of these inputs are expected to lead to the production of approximately 360,000 metric tons of paddy rice and 770,000 bags of maize in about 120 days. The ministry working with AGB and GESEL is fine-tuning a proposition to commercial farmers to raise 166 million Ghana cedis as interest-free loans. To this end, the ministry has secured and set aside 50 million cedis that will cover the interest on loans to these commercial farmers. On the 10th of October, 2024, just 3 days away, working through the various poultry farmers association nationwide, poultry farmers will be supported with feed and vaccines. From the 10th of October, we will commence the distribution of these grants to over 800,000 farmers in the 8 affected regions. Each farmer will receive, as I've already mentioned, 25 kg of rice and 100 kg of maize. These were not for production, but as grains to cushion the loss we have suffered as farmers. To bring relief to the general population, we are setting up an online grants market starting on the 10th of October to enable the public to conveniently access grants, maize and rice at affordable prices. For transparency and accountability, all transactions, input distribution, and food grants distribution will be performed on the Ghana Agriculture and Agri-Business Platform, the GAP. This means that to qualify as a beneficiary, you must be a farmer, and both you and your farm must be fully registered on the GAP. We have made modification to allow the GAP to accept voter ID card for those affected farmers who don't have Ghana cards. We have deployed 3,000 personnel, including 2,700 agriculture extension agents and 260 district agri officers, equip them with tablets and a set targets for registering an average of 12 farmers per day for the next 60 days. This is to ensure that no farmer is left behind. We have also provided an option for self-registration on the GAP. You can go to the Google Play Store and download the GAP app. Farmer app is on that platform. On the field, that farmers have received the necessary support and farming activities has been fully restored. We have also set up a high-level oversight committee made up of the Minister of Agriculture, Finance, Defense, and local government, and the Dean of Regional Ministers. We assure the nation of effective distribution. The recent dry spell and the scare are the reason why the nation must rally behind the Planting for Food and Jobs, Phase 2, initiative to support smallholder farmers, invest in commercial agriculture, and continue to commit to an annual irrigation investment plan averaging 3 billion cedis a year over the next 10 years. Additionally, we must invest in long-term grain storage systems, targeting a capacity of increase of 100,000 metric tons per year over the next 16 years to enhance food system and resilience. Finally, as this may be the major announcement on the back of the early one that Minister has made a week or so ago, we want to use this platform and opportunity to thank His Excellency the President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, His Excellency the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the Cabinet, Parliament, the Minister for Finance, for standing by the team he put together to ensure that we mobilize the needed resources. I also extend my gratitude to the World Bank Country Director and other development partners, such as the ECOWAS, for the remarkable teamwork and standing by the Minister of Food and Agriculture. Additionally, I appreciate the media for a fair reportage on the issue, which could have otherwise degenerated into panic and chaos. On this note, I want to thank everybody for listening attention, and I thank you for your time. Thank you very much. Unko zan la chongo kapui selo zaha tikpambu shabambe chongo bandate nanemo nabun kusa hashal kana natete wumti town hall meeting wo Minister yelin zan chongo zan labalti selo za zan chang now da taho dahamana ka tiyina sani da kumi kamantan ponon de sham northern region, the savannah region, the tuku ka shabko kauna nama kawan dangda sang dangda bin shakam tun ku kwarun wana so kam za raji na tuku timi koma gana to kwarma terna wona dama sakati kwarka yunde na wono titi to now that tahmo otaho dahmana kawan dangdama chiri kaman chira ni sorry bakoi deba ni kasama zani kablan kana kate bindira ma juhala mangumo da kola regional director of agriculture hawa ka commissioner private company in Ghana in charge of they are experts in food systems. Banda Yuli Katama report can send it to minister. Can minister put a team, can send a team down, can confirm report shall regional director mini experts man send his entity Zanchang San Zelma. Can the bank minister shall go check the report to the cabinet. Can president and minister kana Tinya Ben Sharambala. So women finance minister da kana tapa the minister of agriculture kwamba kabra kana chan purman tishirin yellema karnya labda biyan banza ta tale la san zalman jaha to najin yarfi kabra laba krati ya president ni yato amanin ni muhashir bala so ka president da mamman barakana tishirin yale so nda kullabe drabe jisa ha kabra puti team together bin yan sham zo pukbar ba dan bo adama shago nyela pukbara kan ya wahla shade biyar puni amma amfani mi gbara kullan biyar puni lala so ka president da bolla are finance minister ane di isma deputy finance minister man representing o boss mori yalle la are din yisi gana la pala ma million kopshinu antiyan bolle da ku fo sahma nja to kuto bolle dagballe ka wel bangba ka bagba lam kana together ngba boson sim la aridin ye silimentan la arma karba yisi million ko gane pehnu america la arma din ka bazan son ka boso ne boso shalbin yambo zan son pour parba dama da bien biene den tonon ka kum lut gana ni yarango ministre ma pum boso ya banyanda shinkafa bielm tun juyana tun kujero ne banyanda kawana zampana ntu son pour parba dama da la ta to brin ma tan ban nan dun to nan ka tan da yu da ka wanya su chan ma ka ba za ta bi can dede to amma da mu na gwamnati ku yu do nan sham ka kumbulu gana balle sabre jingo to zo la la ashadin yan gola bi hango ma son pu kwar ma dan pun domi dan pal ma nyela bandirgu ma bin yan nan tin yan nan sham procurement issues din yan nan ka bandira ma la anna na la ashadin yan son ma da ma din yala bi yan son la bandira din ya shinkafa din ya kawana na la apelga to zo fama kam gwamnati yan son me ka daba yi so ne ka ba songa an kuma da ma gwamnati ku to samshala nan ma gwamnati ku to de za da ma tu yundila pukparba banya to ban ku kwar eka daba yi ma pukparba tu kwapshini pukparba tu kwapshini ma ni vo kam biyan saboto eka daba yi an kana tu yuli pukparba yan dela eka 1,600,000 eka support ka yan son de la pukparba ma to rozo gwamnati la kwa ma la ta to bitani de to nan de nan common de ban nan ize ka yello ku kana ka gwamnati ma halika nan ne ta pa on pa shamu ko che office ka kana ta circan in ta shirnya tolon fulon ka trazan o can ko che puni ka ta ba ka bu ka ne ka wannan ba yo shamma ko ne ye to at bi'azam ba on no ye nan shalkam mbo son samzanti pu parba kana on che ka balle ka wan korba an kor ka wona an bani tulumbe pukparne on no ye non shalkam bo la samlema te pukparba to dinye la son smuma so pukpar kamiyan de la shinkafa kade kawana ka gwamnati na nan bo 10 million Ghana cedis balon 1000 Ghana cedis 10 million balatum bo ndle sham dagban longona zan son pukpar kam so an zan banjir guma kawan kwalan sai ma shiga kwalan sai ma na ce zan 1000 cedis ma pai so kam zanu to de la'are song sam ti yan yul la'are karpa 4000 Ghana cedis din ya 4000 ma yes so kaya to abilin bala ka gwamnati yan committee la ta tabaru ni 500 million Ghana cedis plus dollar equivalent cedi equivalent of $150,000 an ko multiply la an ya karin la karakter one karakter dimala 8 million Ghana cedis karakter ma to runzo la ta tabo bin ngoma ka gwamnati borno chaka duniya za ban ngoma mi nguna puparam be pupara de mi de dole party ti yirmina da tan da tiyan nan sham tuku kum ka dagban ni Ghana the other 7 regions shabas dan pa dagban mazuma ka na oncha akumbulu domin kum den to lu dagban to Ghana zakane to la ta to son sam kariyam bo zan son puparba ka la ta to nan sun ma karkana to son ka puparba tanjen kula ka gwamnati nyata nin bam so te katin nan da shan pahara ta to purla gwamnati no pamma domin ka yuno ka yanya ka gwamnati na ka yelle paga ko ka no tun yahanin tam lalata ta bo son sun mami de ben te pukar ba pahla pukar ba shaban ban register ayan register de tubna mala Ghana card na mobile money ka bacanta register fa ma pahla bin yara ta man cina in mama yan zan la Ghana card ka ba register fa ma nyadin samma ben pushe dim bahyol ma den ka ben zan gat platform ma zo de men ya ka shabene bina ka Ghana card da Ghana card ma bina ban na registration so to ko bene kana ka Ghana card to gwamnati yele platform ma da sa Ghana card amma domin gwamnati borno so kam dilata ta amfani ma malla ga platform ma din da yi sare card shel pa Ghana card ma karpanto sai Ghana card an yulite ma bi flan ma bi bakora amma ba ka voters ID card ba ka Ghana card so bumbo platform ma bangda ma nang simshel bin yan nang ka amal voter card ba anto register donc kwen nan ka pukar kamun ko kalata tabo bihagu ma kana to ko gbaza nya la amfani goma zamdi yan zan la chon ka ki so ma ka ta panuti his excellency the president for la bold initiative manzat talambala minuku yarango bin shakam kunnan ready kulla bandira ma abuna katogula dem pana larongo dun ko domi anyaka pukar kam no song sam ne shari kana on cha alpago to zo na pa hanna na zo song ka pa gwamnati o haske ne don kwen nan ka sa shal kam gwamnati so ngun yan zo za ati selo balle pukar ba na on ku cheka nya ngune kuli betone to zo zana to ka pa. Thank you very much.
I think here the round of applause for Honorable Alhaj Hadi Tuferu, Deputy Minister in charge of Agric. Thank you very much. And Honorable, just to remind you, I'm sure I've told you the story before, and Honorable Regional Minister as well, when in 2020, just ahead of the elections, the debates between MPP and NDC had to do with one village, one dam, if you recall. It was a major, huge debate here in Ghana ahead of elections. So as a journalist, I gathered a few of my colleagues from GBC, and we said, look, let's go and find out if indeed the government was constructing dams or they were dugouts as alleged by their opponents, the NDC. So randomly, we said, look, and those dams were supposed to be in the northern part of the country. So we said, look, let's start randomly from Upper East, and then we'll move to Upper West, Savannah, and those areas. So we got to Upper East, just drove and arrived at a random village. And then as we usually do, you don't just start working. You do what we call the community entry. So we had to look for somebody of relevance in the community, and we're directed to the assemblyman. About 70-year-old man, but still looking very strong and agile. And we went to him, introduced ourselves, told him what we wanted to do, and asked him, so do you have a dam constructed for you in this community? He says, yes. We said, okay, thank you very much. My team and I, it was a cameraman, myself, and another reporter, would like to go with you. And we had a very strong new vehicle, pickup, very decent one. He says, so can we go in our car? He says, no, because it is just a stone throw away. Ladies and gentlemen, when a villager tells you it is not far, it is far. He said, no, it's just a stone throw away. So we brought out our equipment and we started following him. We walked 1 mile, no dam in sight. 2 miles, no dam in sight. After 3 miles, city dweller, you're already tired. So I turned to the old man and said, sir, I thought you said the dam was just a stone throw away. They said, young man, you should have asked me who threw the stone in the first place. Well, let's give another round of applause. Thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, throughout the morning and throughout this event, we've been joined by very distinguished, revered chiefs. Nayab Gupena Al-Hassan, Paramount Chief of Tamale, is represented by Nabapra Chogna Mahama, Chief of Chogo. Let's acknowledge him with a round of applause. Nabapra Zogolana Professor Nantoma is the Chief of Zogo, and he's here with us. Let's appreciate his presence. Nabapra Zambalina, Dr. Jacob Mahama, is the Chief of Zambalinga, and he is here with us. Let's acknowledge him with a round of applause. Nabapra Sanergna Ambassador Abdullahi, the Paramount Chief of the Sanergo traditional area, is represented by Sanergo Gushina Fusheni, who is here with us. Let's appreciate him with a round of applause. We also do have with us the Nantong Gushina, who is here with us. Nantong Gushina, let's give him a round of applause in appreciation for his presence here. Now, we have been told about all these projects that are going on. These were the tangible things, the things that we can see. But in terms of development, there are also the intangibles, the things that, like establishment of businesses and so on and so forth. But there's power behind those who are able to build their own businesses and go into entrepreneurship and so on and so forth. Luckily for us, we have the CEO of Maslok right here. Honorable Hajia Abibata Shani Muhammad Zakaria is the CEO. Let's invited to speak to us for about 5 minutes. Honorable, thank you so very much.
Good afternoon. Honorable Regional Minister, my own father, Honorable Fati Abubakar, my very good sister, Nanama, Afanama, our Honorable MMDAs. Good afternoon to everyone. First of all, I want to say that as government, I am very proud to be part of Nana Addo's government. Because looking at the achievements in the northern region, we don't need anyone to tell us between the two parties which party should be voted for. These achievements in the northern region, some of them are unprecedented. And then looking at what we have done in the northern region, especially in the 4 constituencies of the Tamale Enclave, please, I am pleading with our people that it is high time we voted for development over sheer choice of a party. This development cuts across. And Honorable Fati started this thing going around all the regions of the country, but I think she's still on course. When you go to every region, the kind of achievements that we show, as Honorable Minister indicated, these are real projects. Those projects are tangible. Those projects are projects that we can say and point to. They are not those projects that were captured in the Green Book. And for that matter, Maslow is not left alone. When we came into power in 2017, fortunately, I was Deputy CEO. And the kind of things we did at Maslow from 2017 to 2020, it is everywhere for everyone to attest to what we did. In terms of disbursement, some people always think that Maslow is only giving money to market women. That is not our sole responsibility. Apart from giving out money, we also have a department that we call the Higher Purchase Department, where we have saloon cars, we have buses, we have tricycles, we have hair dryers, we have sewing machines. And across the country from 2017, it was under the president that we have indicated to the people of Ghana that Maslow is not an institution that was set up to cater for election. It was an institution that was set up to alleviate poverty. And for that matter, the welfare of the people of Ghana is very paramount to the president. And for that matter, from 2017 to 2020, unprecedentedly, the president gave Maslow in an amount excess of 200 million Ghana cedis. These monies were distributed across the country. Unfortunately for us, 2020, COVID came, and then coupled with Russia-Ukraine war, everybody is witnessing what is going around the globe. And for that matter, from 2021, when I assumed, even though we did some disbursement, those that we did in the first term are far more than what we have done. And even in the crisis, I can boast, as I stand here, that northern region, the cars that we distributed, there were only 300 saloon cars across the country. We have over 40 of those saloon cars in the northern region. And all constituencies, we have gone to assess applications of market women. We have done all the assessments. We have done everything that is needed to be done. What we are waiting for is money to disburse to these market women. And the market women across the country, what I can tell them is that the good thing is that I have a brother who is the finance minister. And as late as yesterday, he was still assuring me that very soon he will listen to whatever our market women are crying for in terms of the disbursements, and that he will make money available to Maslow so that once again we'll go around and disburse these monies to our market women. The Deputy Minister of Finance made mention of 8.2 billion SME. Yes, Maslock, you ask whether Maslock is an SME. It's not an SME. It is purposely for MSMEs. It's not only SME. So Maslock is not left out in the equation. And it is on the basis of that our minister, the finance minister, is promising to give Maslock funds. So very soon, please, our honorable MMDs, you see us, you see our footprints once again, and then we'll come, and then our mothers will be happy. The youth who are always going for the saloon cars, for commercial driving, the tricycles and other things, will come to your doorsteps, and everybody will be happy. I just want to say once again that His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the Vice President, he has served his boss very well. And his boss was a very good teacher. And for that matter, Dr. Bawumia has learned very fast. And it will be very, very important for us as Ghanaians to continue the legacy of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. And for that matter, Northern region, when we are talking about the success stories, come December 7, I know for the first time Northern region is going to win presidential for Northern region. The last election, 2020, the difference was not much. I believe we are going to win presidential this time. And for that matter, all parliamentary seats in the Northern region, no matter what we are doing. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Hajia Abiba Shani Muhammad Zakaria, CEO of Maslock. We gave her 1 stone, she killed 3 birds. Women are really, really intelligent. The gentleman here, are you with me? Women are intelligent too. I just told you, we gave her 1 stone, she killed 3 birds. I work at the university now. One day my wife came because she's an alumna. She's an old student who has some documentation issues. So of course, when she came, I had to take her around. So we're walking, and then another girl was approaching, was walking towards us. Then my wife asked me a question. But God being so good, he revealed to me that it was a trap question. My wife said, "Oh, look at the girl coming. Is she not beautiful?" I almost said, "Wow, she's beautiful." Then God said to me, "Don't." Because if you do, once you say she's beautiful, it means you were looking. And woe betides you, a married man, admiring another woman. If I had also answered, "No, she's not beautiful," it would still have meant I was admiring the woman. And that's how come I got to know she wasn't beautiful. So the Holy Spirit descended on me, and then I said, "Please, who are you talking about?" Because I didn't even see the woman in the first place. By the way, we have students from Nobisco who are here with us. Let's give them a round of applause. They have come to help. Thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I called the speeches the highlights, but this is the climax, where those who are in positions of authority now get to listen to you, the people who put them there. It's your turn. We'll have microphones coming around. We'll have groups of 5, not more than 5. If you have to ask a question, just get up and queue. Once you find that you are the 6th person, please go back and sit down until the next round. We will not waste too much time in this. And when you have the opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, please do not give us winding preambles. Go straight to the point and ask the questions. Of course, the persons in authority will take their seats. There are microphones there. Do we have microphones here as well? Please, let's provide a microphone for the... So first set of questions, please. Except, of course, our revered chiefs who are here. They would have the honor of asking the first set of questions, if they so wish. So please, do not give us winding preambles. Go straight to the point. You mention your name, where you're coming from, and then go straight to the point. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. And that's how we want the questions to be asked. Direct and straight to the point. Shall we have some quiet in the room? Silence, please. Silence, please. Thank you. Yes, sir. Please just go straight to the point, please. Thank you very much. It will also be helpful if you can tell us who you are directing your question to. Thank you. All right. Okay, thank you very much. The question had to do with what plans are in place for farmers and fishermen in the region. Okay, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Addo from Sanargu Municipality. I'm a concerned citizen of Tamale, Sanargu, and Kodamata. I was so excited when the regional minister was talking about the road infrastructure in the region. And went on to tell us about the drip machines that were brought into the country by the NDC government. My first concern is that when you come to Sanargu, and I believe the GC, the MC for Sanargu is around, you cannot enter inside Sanargu with a very out of order. That's my first point on the drip machines. I thought that Sanargu being the capital of the Sanargu municipality, the machines would have started work there, but unfortunately no. Then secondly, your opponents.
I'm sorry.
Please, this is why I'm here. Your opponents very recently said that the machines were brought and payment, only 15% of the money has been paid. The 85% is to be paid by the incoming government, and which they believe they are the incoming government. So please, if you do not respond to this, then it means that it's true that the government paid only 15% and the rest will be paid by the next government.
Right, thank you very much. So the last of the first round.
Well, my name is Abdul Hakim Issa. I'm the Director of Administration, Ghana Soybeans Farmers and Aggregators Association. Well, I want to make some reaction to the Deputy Minister of Agriculture statement. You see, there is a ban on the export of grains, including maize, soya, and rice. But the minister just told us that there is input assistance to farmers. That is just rice and maize. There's no seed assistance to soybean farmers. And yet, there is a ban on the export of soybean. We are just, we want you to tell us as to whether you are not creating an opportunity for somebody to take an advantage of the poor farmers, just as you did in 2022. You placed a ban on the export of the soybean. At the end of the day, the prices came down, and you were of the view that you wanted processors to be able to get the soybean to buy. At the end of the day, your ministry got the opportunity, mobilized soybean, without selling it to the processors. You also had the, you also deem it.
Sorry, sir, what is your question?
I said I want to make a...
Okay, so you want further explanation on the ban that has been placed on soya, maize, and rice, and how this ban benefits you, the farmers.
No. Why is it that they are giving seed subsidy to maize farmers, rice farmers, without giving the same thing to soybean farmers?
Exactly.
Meanwhile,
Thank you.
Please, that's one thing.
No, but you see, you are not the only one here.
No.
And we have thousands of people here.
Food is number one. Food is number one. I'm a farmer. You see, we all believe in this PFJ phase 2.
No, what is your question, sir? Please.
No, I have done with the first one.
No, you are done with the first one. So take your seat. We'll come back to you. Thank you very much. Can we have the microphone? Honorable Minister for Information. All right. We will now pause. Please, we'll take the answers. Honorable Minister for Information, I think this question, which had to do with why does government not talk about its performance until it's in an election year, maybe you may want to respond to that question. Shall we have some silence in the hall, please? Silence.
Thank you so much, Mr. MC. That was a question from my father, Mr. Idi Mahama from Sagnarigu. His question was that why is it that government does not come to the people to account, but only wait till election period before we come to the people to account? I want to put it on record that in the last 4 years, this is the third media engagement that we've done on Northern Region. I remember as Deputy Minister for Information, I was here on a town hall meeting with Honorable Kojo Opon Nkrumah. Then again, in 2022, we wanted to organize another town hall meeting, the State of the Region store. At that time, the thinking was that most of the media houses were in Accra, and the focus was driving investment to the region. So we brought all the regional ministers to Accra to address investors and talk about the investment and tourism potentials of the region. Honorable Shani Al-Hassan Shaibu was there to do a wonderful presentation on Northern Region with all the MMDCEs. But after that presentation, the feedback we got from him
was that the media in the region were saying that we should not bring the ministers to face the Accra media. We should come back to the region as we did with the E-Levy Town Hall and other engagements, so that the media in the region who have been doing the reports on specific communities will be able to ask the tough questions. And once again, we have come back to the region to continue the engagements. Finally, I must say that there is no better time to account to your people. Accountability, once again, is the bedrock of democracy. If your government can account to you 10 times in a year, take it, because the authority is yours. You give the mandate to us, and at all times, giving any opportunity, ask us questions so that we will go back and improve government policy and deliver prosperity and development to the people. So I hope this wouldn't be the last. Given the opportunity, after we've gone around the country, if I'm able to come back here, why not? We will reconvene to assess what government has done in the region and take your feedback. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Regional Minister, there was a question on infrastructure in respect of kindergarten in particular. You may want to respond to that, and then maybe marry that to the question on the drip machines and why Sanergo hasn't experienced any development as a result of the presence of the drip machines, and also the 15% element that your opponents allege that you have only paid and waiting for the next government to pay the rest. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much for this very question on infrastructure for the kindergartens. I wouldn't call them kindergartens, but the lower primary, because that is where our education begins from. In my presentation, you saw the number of kindergartens that has been recorded. I do not think that in the past people even paid attention to how many kindergartens that we had in our various schools. And I can also tell you that going forward now, there are no primary school blocks that we build without kindergartens. There are several of these kindergarten blocks and playgrounds that are in the offing. This is a well thought out program by the NPP government, and we think that is why we deserve to stay in government to carry through these projects, because people have different minds on this, and talking so much about educational reforms, and we think that the mandate should still be with us so that we can deliver on the mandate that we have been given. If you have the opportunity to pay visits to the various schools, you will attest to the fact that kindergartens are springing up, and we think that the private sector too is doing well in this direction. And then he also spoke about infrastructure deficit. We are on course to delivering infrastructure, furniture, cupboards, teachers' tables, and other things. And currently, at the RCC, if you were to pay a visit, there is manufacturing of infrastructure, tables, chairs, cupboards, and other things. A total number of over 2,000 of them, various, are under construction now at the Regional Coordinating Council. People can have the opportunity to pay visits there. And after the manufacture, this will be supplied to the various schools in the region. It's a massive project that is taking place, and I think that we all deserve to just pay visits to the RCC to attest to what presentations that I have made. What we saw from whatever presentations that we did is different from what I'm currently talking about. Production of these infrastructure, tables and chairs, writing desk, dual, is currently ongoing. That would show you that we really mean business in whatever we are saying. Thank you very much.
Okay. Honorable Minister, so on the question on DRIP, I pleaded with Minister to give me the opportunity to respond. Let me give you a background of the story of DRIP and then talk specifically to funding DRIP, just to let you know that it is not like a financing program with a loan or anything of that sort, that you will say we are leaving debts for any other administration to come and pay. At the beginning of this year, 2024, according to the Ministry of Roads and Highways, when they compiled their data from feeder roads, from Ghana Highway Authority and Department of Urban Roads, they realized that we had constructed a total of not less than 12,000 kilometers of roads. They include highways, asphalting of town roads, reshaping of community roads, among others. But after declaring year of roads in 2021, and declaring another year of roads, and declaring another year of roads, you realize that day in and day out, the issue of road networks remain a priority among priorities. In fact, I have witnessed for myself the quality of road improvements in the northern region alone, as explained and also displayed by the Honorable Regional Minister. Just last Saturday, I traveled to Karaga, and I couldn't believe that it did not take me 2 hours to drive to Karaga, as I did in 2016. Clearly, it's because there's been some improvements on the road network. You saw the Tamale-Yendi road, and look at the quality of road that they've done towards the airports, connecting the Tamale-Walewale or the Tamale-Savlugu highway. It should tell you that everywhere you pass, you see evidence of road construction. But governance is continuous, and we keep improving the road network. But because of the number of requests, the government, the president and vice president, realized that there will be the need to devise other strategies whereby when it comes to issues like reshaping roads, you don't need to gather all the documents from districts and go and queue them at the feeder roads departments. So the strategy was to leverage the statutory fund, district assemblies common fund, to pay for the district road improvement program. Listen, it is a statutory fund. Statutory fund meaning all the revenues that are mobilized through GRA, a component of it that is supposed to go to funds, designated funds like the GET fund, like the district assemblies common fund, and other funds that are in existence, irrespective of governments, that are supposed to take a component of our revenue mobilization. It is not dependent on who is winning the next election. I am confident that with God, all things are possible. But let's leave the politics aside. This is a community or governance engagement, not political. So I don't want to go into that. And every single year, under the 1992 Constitution and under the Fourth Republic, there has been existence of the District Assembly's Common Fund. But President Akufo-Addo and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia have decided that we should use the fund to provide at least 7 road maintenance equipment for each MMDA. And that is why they procured 2,240 equipment under DRIP, sent 100 young Ghanaians to China to see how they can learn assembling of the DRIP, and brought them to the Jospon JA plant here in Ghana to assemble those equipments, and sent another batch of 100 to China to also go and learn, so that at least local content, we have 200 young Ghanaians who are capable of maintaining the equipment. It also came with a servicing arrangement whereby there is a warranty for the next 2 years in terms of provision of fuel and maintenance services so that they can work. If there is a specific challenge in a community that has poor road network, the best thing is to draw the district assembly's attention to it through the elected assembly member or other community leaders for them to release the drip equipment that have been sent to that district to go and fix the road, at least reshape it and make it motorable. And what I have noticed on social media is that that is what everybody is doing. I don't want to go into the politics of it, but this is an initiative of President Akufo-Addo, his legacy, and a program that is funded by his government. So for whatever value or propaganda value, if someone makes it appear as if we have contracted some loan and the financing has given us the opportunity to pay for only 15%, but we can't pay for the rest, let them know that DRIP is being funded through the District Assembly's Common Fund, which is a statutory fund that does not have political color. And that is what the government has leveraged on to fund this DRIP initiative. And it is a good initiative. So let us encourage the MMDAs to deploy the equipment and make sure all the areas in their communities that have road network challenges are fixed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ministers. We will now answer very briefly the questions on Agric. Farmers and Fishermen Association, what are you doing for them? And then why is soya bean not subsidized? Very quickly, sir.
Thank you very much. The first question came from my brother, my prince. So his question was on, more or less, it was a remark on information to farmers on the support the government is going to give to drought victims. Honestly speaking, there has been, after a cabinet meeting and then approval was given for this support, there have been stakeholder engagement at the district levels. Oh, that's why at the implementation, Dean of regional ministers, they also have their, for example, the northern regions, we have 16 municipality, metropolis, municipal and district assemblies. They are all involved, as well as the regional and district directorates of Agric. Yeah, we have been working with them, and they have operational areas, depending upon the operational areas in the district. Every district has an operational area, and we have assigned Agric extension agents in charge for information to be given to farmers. The farmers are aware of this program. We, the people, representative of the people, the assembly members, the unit committee members are all part of the engagement, and farmers are aware. We told them the full package, what they need to do to qualify. Initially, the challenge has been the farmers who didn't have the Ghana card. Thankfully, we have reported the concern to minister, and they have configured the gap and will not accept the voters' ID card. So essentially, farmers are aware, and we keep giving them the education all over the place. And I don't think information is. The other leg of it is to praise government and to thank him, and we are all thankful to government for this intervention. On the ban on exportation of soya beans, and you were even trying to say that there is no subsidy, government support on soya. How come farmers will struggle and produce? Essentially, we are trying to say that. Actually, government subsidy covers all of that. Maize, rice, soya, and all others. So, for example, SADC, when we are buying inputs for farmers, we buy soya seed. And we also buy fertilizer suitable for soybeans production. And we subsidize at 50%, at 40% for farmers. And this soybeans is always included in our package. So for your information. The other matter of the ban, you see, the objectives of government for any intervention in agriculture, subsidizing inputs for farmers is to ensure food security and availability at subsidized prices, reduced prices for farmers. First and foremost for consumption at the household level, community level, and for industrial purposes in Ghana. You know, soya beans is an industrial crop for our poultry farming and other industrial use. So if at any point in time government assesses its situation as far as a particular crop or grain is concerned, and it is not enough to feed the nation for both human consumption and for industrial use, the government deserves the right, because he subsidizes the inputs for you, and he must ensure that he has adequate and enough to solve the national issues before, if there is surplus, we can export. So up for that prerogative and powers, the government deserves that, he deserves that right, and has that power to exercise it at any point in time. Because if poultry farmers, other industrial users for soya beans are complaining that they don't have enough, by not allowing them to buy from local, they have to import, which is a big challenge for government. So if you have domestic, what do we sell? And later go back to what? Import it into the state. So it is the government power and right. I'm sure Asia Fatima, Information Minister, we want to add one or two things.
I agree with you, Honorable Minister. Of course, if your children are hungry at home, you don't send the food outside and then later think about what they will eat. So government's priority is to make sure there are enough cereals on the markets at cheaper prices, and Ghanaian households are able to put food on the table. So as announced by the Agric Minister and also reiterated by the Honorable Deputy Minister today, as we commence the distribution of fertilizer, even yesterday I went to the Tamale Metro, and they told me even yesterday they were doing distribution of fertilizer. So after giving fertilizer and seedlings to farmers and also providing some support of cash and also maize and rice so that they can sustain themselves within the crop season, you expect that when we harvest, we should make sure there is stability in the Ghanaian market. The prices of maize have come down because of availability on the market. The prices of rice has come down because currently we don't have challenges with increase in price of vegetables. If you look at the month-on-month food inflation and look at the data available at the Ministry of Agric, you will know that there is relative stability when it comes to vegetables, when it comes to even yam, the tubers, the plantains, and vegetables like onions and tomato and pepper, which are common in every Ghanaian household. But the challenge has really been with the maize, and government bringing interventions by way of imports to make sure there is availability on the market, and also the prices have gone down to a target of 300 or 400 Ghana cedis per bag. So that is the target now. Should we have surplus, then the ban will be eventually lifted so that we can supply to other neighboring countries like Burkina Faso that largely depends on our Ghanaian market for maize and other cereals.
All right, thank you very much, Honorable Ministers. We booked this hall until 2 p.m. We are just 5 minutes away from 2, which means we are about to overrun our stipulated time. Therefore, I appeal to you, the final 5 questioners, go straight to the point within 15 seconds. Thank you. Please, first person. All right, thank you very much. Question well asked. Next. Please get closer to the microphone. All right, thank you very much. Next.
My name is Addo. For me, having the friends today, I am optimistic that Isha and it is possible. And my question is, how do you expect all these improvements and developmental projects in the northern region? How are these projects? Please, this goes to our honorable regional minister and my sister. How are all these improvements translating into tangible improvements for women, children, and marginalized groups in the northern region? Thank you so much.
All right.
My name is Hussein Damu from the Administrative Police. So my concern goes to regional minister. I was so impressed by your display. It really shows that work your work. And it also shows that unless the government are willing to subject themselves to accountability. So I just want to make a proposal that we can at least do this organized type of events quite-dedically, not just some particular events. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. So yours is a proposal, not a question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Addo. When I listened to all the presentations, there was a notable aspect of sports, especially sports infrastructure. Now, if you look at the Ali Mama Sports Stadium, it is one facility that has not seen any major renovation since its inception in 2008. I'd like to know from leaders, what are they doing about it? Is it part of the national stadium that government plans to carry out renovations works across? And finally, let's say I remember in 2020, His Excellency the President that sought for a major water project. 223 million US dollars project, Tamale water supply project. I'd like to know, with 3 months to the December 7th election, what is the state of that project?
Thank you, Mugis. We're grateful. And the final goes to the lady.
My name is Nora Nkolo. It is ability advocate and a student from UDA. I would like to know what the government has done and it's about to do for the people living with disability. I forgot they did it and inclusive, but we don't see the inclusive. How can everybody go to the school and everybody just because the better is a...
Please, let's be quiet. Please be quiet. Please continue.
There is no inclusion in our education facilities because I have been told by many parents about if they turn their disabled students to school, they don't admit them into the school. So they need to do something for people living with disabilities.
Great question. Her question has to do with, in all of these presentations, the issue of persons living with disability was conspicuously missing. What are government interventions for people living with disabilities? She's a person with disability, a third-year student of UDS. Let's give her a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you so very much. So we'll take the answers now, and honorable ministers, let's remember we are running out of time. Let's keep it as snappy as possible. Thank you very much. Honorable. Yes, the first, consumers versus farmers.
Yes.
Why is your attention on farmers and not the consumers?
Thank you very much. In fact, when government is addressing farmers' problems regarding their productivity, indirectly and invariably, government is attaching on.
Shall we have some quiet? Quiet in the hall, please. Silence in the hall, please. Thank you. Honorable.
Invariably, government is attaching a greater attention to even consumers, because first and foremost, there must be availability of food at a reasonable price for consumers to be able to buy. So with the drought, the danger is that we are going to experience food shortage. So immediately, government has mobilized resources from internal and international to buy first and foremost food from across the world, from the US, from the Brazil, from South Africa. As we speak, we have signals that in a very short period of time, those grains will start arriving. First, to ensure availability, and secondly, to give to farmers at no cost to the farmer. The farmer will have some to consume and have surplus to sell to you at the price that he cannot sell beyond certain rate, because there will be more, the food will now be cheaper because more food will be imported into the country before even our own local production start to bring in the food. So consumers be rest assured that the fear that there will be a shortage of food in Ghana is mitigated, and you will have it at a very good price to buy as a consumer.
Honorable, I'm sorry I'm rushing you, but the next question to you has to do with the 1 million the 1 million smallholder farmers Minister spoke about. What are you doing to register them? Very quickly, sir.
So you see, the fact that we have 1 million farmers in the northern region doesn't mean that in this particular year of farming season, all the farmers have gone to their farms. That is the point, the first point I want you to note. Secondly, the registration is ongoing, and I can assure you that by the time we get to 460,000 farmers that we have targeted to save as having recorded and lost their farms, it's not a small matter. So the target for the region is over 460,000 farmers. So as the registration is ongoing, I'm sure if we have to go and check on the platform, you see that the number will be more than this. So the target for the region is about 500,000 farmers, because not all farmers will farm in a particular crop season.
Honorable, thank you very much. Honorable Regional Minister, we want to see tangible improvements in people's lives. You have shown us hospitals, the airports, the flyover, and so on. But how is this translating into people's lives in terms of the improvements?
Thank you very much. And I want to thank the questioner for this beautiful question. Do we look around when we have the opportunity to do so? Why have I asked this question? Because, for instance, I want to use Tamale in perspective. When you look around Tamale this time, you will see that there is a lot of improvement in people's lives. People eat good food, dress properly, have good surroundings, and all the necessities of life, we enjoy them. We have good supply of electricity, a fair, good supply of water, sanitation, and all those things that we think about. Yes, I agree that people do not have money in their pockets, as in quotes, people would say. You cannot eat your cake and have it. Because all the things that I have, the niceties that I have enumerated, come at a cost. And the money that we have is what we use to engage those things. So how do we achieve all these good lives and still expect that we should have money in our pockets? we can only have extra. There is a saying in Dagbal, if you permit me, that akuto ngube anamde kalambot namel nandanga. You can't eat the meat that you have and still want to have smoked meat. So when we look at all these things, and government is doing a lot, sometimes we just undermine or underrate what government gives to us. If you were to have 2 children attending SHS, and you were to pay 200 cedis, just an example, for each one of them to attend SS, and government takes that away from you, government has indirectly given you 400 cedis. That 400 cedis government has given, taken away from you, is revenue to your pocket. It gives you that amount of money to do other things with it. So these are matters of appreciation, and I think that we should appreciate whatever goodies that government sends to us, not by way of cash, but by way of service that we would have been paying for.
Right, Honorable. So I'm sorry I'm truncating your answer there, but because of time,
yes,
there was the sports infrastructure question and the water supply question as well. Maybe if you want to box them together.
Yes, I would.
Yes, sir.
The water. We all know that there was a contract. A sword was cut for the construction of the Tamale Yendi Damongo water project, which has stalled. And we all know that the finance minister, deputy finance minister, had touched on those challenges that we had with financing. In fact, the contract has not been cancelled. The contract is still valid, but we are waiting for sources of funding that has changed to be approved. Just last 2 weeks, there was the European Union president in my office. He came with some good some good suggestions to me, which we are yet to engage in. Instead of the original source of funding that was going to come from the European, some banks in Europe, she was talking to me about some other funding sources that were available for us, which we are ready to exploit. And on the issue of the Tamale Alhaji Aliyu Mama Sports Stadium, I think that if you had visited the place some 4 months ago, you would have thought that the stadium was going to collapse, especially the playing field. When the Black Stars had to come here for some tournament, it was not. But today, if you go in there, it's a change story, and I think that we are trying to improve on it. And even the fiscal structure itself is supposed to undergo some renovation works, just like other stadiums that has been enumerated to go under some reconstruction, some rehabilitation works. The Aliyu Mama Sports Stadium is one of those stadiums that has to be renovated. And I can assure you that when the time comes, we would follow suit and make sure that it is brought up to the 2008 standards that it used to have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister for Information, you may want to respond generally, but my interest is in the people, the persons with disability question. In all of this, have we left them out? Why, if so?
Thank you for the question. So I believe there were 2 questions that require similar answers. One on what is in all of this for women, children, and vulnerable persons. And another question on what government is doing for persons living with disability. So let me take the gender and social protection first, then I'll take the disability question. And I'm giving you these official statistics from the Ministry of Education. Before the year 2017, and before the introduction of free senior high school, the national data on number of young people who are in senior high schools, for every 100 boys, there were 64 girls in school. Since the introduction of free SHS, the national data, for every 100 boys, there are 106 girls in senior high schools. The Honorable Regional Minister also mentioned the transition rates, that from JHS to SHS, the Northern region recorded the highest transition rate of 98%. What this means is that, ask yourself, if there was money to take all these girls to school, why were they left behind? In the absence of free senior high school, calculate the remaining 36% of girls who hitherto were unable to go to senior high school. What were they doing? They were the same girls that people were taking to their homes as house helps and assistants. Now in Accra and Kumasi, people will tell you they can't find house girls. If you need a household staff, you need a domestic staff, you need to employ an adult and pay them well. So on the ground, there is evidence that a lot of families, I don't want to even mention ethnic groups, because someone gave me a specific example, that his entire generation, one of my fathers, until free SHS, nobody has stepped foot in senior high school before. It means the issue of money was an actual barrier to a lot of families sending their wards to school and for them to reach the level that, alhamdulillah, all of us have been able to reach. So there is real impact on the ground and people are feeling it. Before 2017, when it comes to persons with disability, you know there is a statutory allocation of a component of the District Assembly's Common Fund to persons living with disability. It used to be 2%. So whatever allocation that the District Assemblies receive under the District Assembly's Common Fund, they were mandated to allocate 2% of that amount to persons living with disability, because disability is not inability. They can work, they can go to school. So they are among some of the most intelligent and brightest people who, with the necessary support, can do something for themselves. When President Akufo-Addo and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia came into office, they said the allocation to persons living with disability was small. So they actually increased the allocation by 50%, meaning today, the component of the District Assembly's Common Fund that goes to persons living with disability has moved up from 2% to 3% under President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. If you should go to every district assembly today and ask the schedule officer what they use that money for, I believe some of the honorable DCs are here, they will attest to it. Some of them give capital to persons with disability to start mobile money business. They buy fridges for them. They buy some machinery for them. Sometimes, I know somewhere in Soto, because my husband is a civil servant, so, and he is into accounts. So I had the benefit of first-hand information on some of the things they do. Some of them even buy containers and set up for them to have provision shops. So there are so many interventions that the journalists here, if they are minded to visit any of the district assemblies, they will see how the disbursements are going. But we count on continuous support from government and non-governmental organizations to provide them with additional support so that together we can improve the quality of life for our brothers and sisters. There was another question for me about why we are not doing this town hall meeting quarterly. Of course, you have seen the size of the production and also seen the size of the Ministry of Information's budget. So sometimes, as they say, the spirit desires, but the packet may not be as, as filled. But as and when we are able to find the means, we go around the regions to make sure we share government's message, but most importantly, to pick your thoughts and feedback and send them to the president and his cabinets. And I can tell you that since yesterday, as I met with the media in the region, other stakeholders, and doing the town hall today, my notebook is full. I'm going back to Accra with a lot of ideas and information that you have shared to inform government. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We have come to the tail end of the event, and I think the honorable ministers deserve a round of applause. It's not every day you get ministers availing themselves to directly answer questions from citizens like this. On behalf of everybody here, I want to especially thank officials from the Ministry of Information, but particularly the Minister of Information herself, for leading all of this production. Let's give her and her team a round of applause. The Northern Regional Minister, Honorable Al-Hassan Shani Shaibu, for leading the Northern Regional Coordinating Council to host this event in Tamale. This is remarkable because now we also have access to the persons in power to air our views and to ask them direct questions. A round of applause to the minister. The Deputy Minister of Agric is here himself. He has other duties nationally, but he chose to be here because he is, first of all, a citizen of Northern Region, but also because here in Northern Ghana, we experienced drought. They had been working assiduously behind the scenes to ensure that the effects of that drought were mitigated. Honorable, we are grateful to you. Let's give him a round of applause. I can tell you that if these gentlemen and the lady we have spoken about, as well as the CEO of Maslok, who is here, Hajia Abiba Shani Muhammad Zakaria, let's give her also a round of applause. But the point I'm making is that everything they have said, they have done, could not have been possible if they did not have the support of the traditional authorities here in Northern Ghana. And the traditional rulers have sat throughout this event. And you know what that means? It means they are committed to the development of the areas that they supervise over. And we are grateful to them. Let's give all our traditional rulers a round of applause. Our imams who joined us, we are very, very grateful. To the DCEs and the MMCEs who have traveled from far. Some of you, on your way here, you encountered certain problems. There was heavy rainfall, part of the road was cut off, but you still managed to navigate your way to be here. It tells us that you are committed to accounting to the people. MDCEs, we are very, very grateful to you. A round of applause to all of them. But the most important people here that we need to thank are you, the people of Ghana, the people without whom our ministers would not be ministers, the people without whom our chiefs would not be chiefs, the people without whom our DCEs would not be DCEs. You are the most important people. Without you, this event would have been a flop. A round of applause to yourselves for making it possible. Thank you so very much. At this point, we'll pause for a closing prayer, and I've been told that I should make it open. If you've been touched by the Spirit of Allah, please step up and lead us in the closing prayer. Oh, let's give him a round of applause. Thank you so very much, sir. Thank you. Al-Hajj Ahmed Abubakar Yusuf is going to lead us in the closing prayer. Thank you.
Alhamdulillah الذي هدانا لهذا وما كنا لنهتدي لولا أن هدانا الله. Ansu solayin da fa pamba beki. Nenzani zani ansu adoma karawe zanti tamabe ne kadama ai kan shekuro aba bargra shab goblemen ne be jalo be kyan shukuru domin duk mala ne be kyan karaje ne karaki ne ma ba ka musulun se puri kan bon nan bang nsan kin ta ba bang na da ma da pa ya mang da tuya ne tizang to bi ma kyan shukuru ti ko kan da shukuru ma kala kan da muhammad ya ma ba de zo te pansan dai ka da bi ma ka kyan shukuru don kun nan ma biya ne bene yenye ben suten ban ma de zo suriya e ti sole ka da so adwa ma ka yose na wannan ta katare. Allah will thank you for this program. We have called you to guide us. You have guided us, you have protected us. We are coming to the end. All what we have said here, you know it more than us. You know how it will benefit us. We pray that whatever we have heard here, we'll go back with it, believe in it, work with it, so that we'll achieve together. Allah, let everybody who came here go back to his destination or her destination safely, just as you have brought us safely. We pray that whatever is going to happen to disturb the peace of this era, Allah protect us from us. Everything that has happened could not have happened without peace. We ask for your continuous guidance and for the peace to prevail all over the region and all over the country. We are going to the election. Let us have peace before, during, and after. We'll come out peacefully and successfully. To close it, I would like to recite the opening chapter of your holy book on behalf of all of us. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. اهدنا صراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. Amen. Now on this.
Thank you very much. We've come to the end, but please remain seated. Remain seated. We will humbly request honorable ministers to step down and join the chiefs for a group picture. The MMDCs. We humbly request that you also do join. Where do you want the picture? Upstage? Okay, so please, honorable MMDCs and our chiefs will join us here for the group picture, after which the ministers will lead us to go and have a look at the exhibition. Thank you. After the group picture, please, there's an exhibition ongoing outside of the hall. You can have a look for yourselves. Thank you.
And we have a lot of projects that we are showcased here. We have Agenda 111 under social development. We equally have under governance. We have
how many projects are there?
we have about over 100 projects. Over 100 projects. But this some are at various stages of completion. Yes, I'm completed. These are just example of those projects. And these are awards that we are working with. to Rundu Municipal Assembly, we are fortunate to be benefiting from the green power. Yes, so this area dealing with electricity activity. We are also communities to deal with issues of water shortage. We are constructing a lot of market facilities at the Yembi, particularly at the Yembi Central. 60 number local stores to facilitate local economic activity at that area. We are also supporting office accommodation for security. Yes, so we are doing that to support security. Over there. Assembly project. These are assembly project. The offices. And looking at it, there is a newly established. He's talking of completed projects. And one is here. This one is center, chief counter, every structure has its name. Various sectors that we have been implementing over there. Under here we can see we have in the area of LED, we have construction of share butter processing, a market, and an extension of electricity to 89 communities, and AstroTech has been constructed, a community center, and then we also have a number of staff bungalows that have been constructed, and then a police post. Thank you very much. Agenda 111. That is the psychiatric hospital in Yapalsi. And then we also have the sanitation plant. The plant here. And we also have the toilet, 6 toilet room facilities. We also have the police bungalow. Okay. Sanitation, health, education, and then electrification. All is done by His Excellency His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo. That is it. This is organic fertilizer. It's liquid. Yes, please. Actually, I saw the advert on TV.